Okay, am I on? Am I on? Am I live? Are we going to plaid? These are the things we need to know. Okay, looks like I'm on. Okay, so a case of queso. That's what we're all about over here. Uh, let me get up. Wait, where'd the other thingamabob go? There was the whole other thingamabob. Give me just a second here. I got to get my thingamabobs in a row. I don't know why this is taking so long. Why is that being a pita? Okay. Oh, no, not that. Hold on. Oh, bunch of things. All right, so we got this up here. I need to get my terminal back over here. All right, that's good. And then let's see, what were we gonna do? Okay. Oh gosh. Well, we'll get started here in a minute. I've got a whole bunch of old stuff that I literally have had these tabs sitting open for apparently 7 months, waiting to get back to this project here. Um, there we go. Dash Merchant Services. Oh, and Dash Checkout, all the things. Okay, yes. So this group of windows right here has been sitting open literally for 7 months. Every time I close the browser and reopen it, I've got this window here waiting to get back to this project. Okay, good. So with all of that, I think we're ready to get started. I'll go ahead and hit the go button and then do the bit of intro about what we're doing here. And I guess we could throw up a little bit of Node. We're doing some Node, and we're not really going to be doing that much with Bash. It's mostly going to be Node, and I could put up my JavaScript. There we go. Well, hello, and welcome back. So the impetus for getting back to these tools was a conversation that Ryan was having with Codax in regards to the Spark payments front end. And I don't know whether or not this is actually going to, end up being useful for this or whatever. But that was the impetus, was we were having this conversation, and I'm kind of burnt out from doing the Evo work because it's frustrating, and it's hard because it's a moving target. I mean, all the criticisms that people have about developing against it are completely valid. I think that we, like, in a sense, we still should, because we have to push things in the right direction, right? And if, as much as I don't really like being the one to do it, I philosophically agree. Like, somebody needs to be providing a practical use case, and then there has to be an argument of, why isn't this working, and why doesn't it work for this or whatever. Anyway, so somebody's got to do that. But that working on the Evo stuff does get kind of mind numbing because nothing works, like, and it, that's from an outsider's perspective, because if you know what you're doing, Like it's not, the documentation is out of sync, which I don't expect it to be in sync because it's a moving target. However, after so many years, you kind of would think, okay, if we can't build the big thing, we ought to probably build the small things and then document the small things. And then, then you can build the big thing from the small things, whatever. Anyway, so there's this thing, this has been going on for several years. And I don't actually know exactly what the issue was, but there was some conversation about Insight API, I think. And yeah, okay. All right, so this has got a similar URL scheme. So there is already a URL scheme which we should be. It's in one of the dips, and I extended it in a BIP proposal for some of the stuff that we need for Dash. But okay, and I mean I guess that is the main thing. Well, I don't think you actually do the address equals, but whatever. Anyway, okay. So I don't know. I know that this. I've seen some screenshots of this. Dash address, create password, English, dollar. Oh, cool. That's a bit bigger than I would expect. Why is that so large? Huh. Seems to be native, which is awesome. We need yeah. Okay, so I don't really want to create a password. I don't know exactly what this thing is. Use my camera. Wait, I clicked a minus button and it wants to use my camera now? Not right now. Maybe later. Cancel. Okay, that's weird that the minus button wants to use my camera. Oh, it wants. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is. But anyway, so this is some merchant tooling stuff, some point of sale stuff, and okay, good. It supports Xpubs. That's excellent. Let's see. Enter sale amount in your local currency. Anyway, so what we're going to be getting to today is working more on essentially an Insight alternative, but not the full scope of what Insight is, because Insight is a very, very big project. There's only a few RPCs that we need to do merchant processing stuff. And we need those RPCs to work a heck of a lot better than they do with Insight, because Insight, anybody that's tried to build merchant tooling with it, is, I would imagine, would have come across a couple of glaring bugs in it that have just never been fixed. And it's not like a big, huge world-changing project. It's takes, call some RPCs with a list of addresses, get back some information, send it over HTTP. Like that, the level that we're dealing with here is not, it's just node program connects to RPC. And in fact, I really wish, especially since it's server side only, that we were doing it in Go, but all of the tools for right now are going to be in JavaScript, not Node, but JavaScript, because you can cross the boundary of mobile and web and server and all that stuff. Anyway, so that's what we're getting towards, but I'm going to just kind of review this, and then hopefully at some point Codex jumps on and tells me more specifically what it was that he was, working through or trying to figure out, and then, but I'm just going to read this a little bit to get kind of an idea. Okay, so sale amount in your local currency, 94 currencies. QR code payment request is generated. All right. Get an on-screen notification when the request amount is received at your address. All right, yep, okay. Detects if transactions were sent with instant send or not. Okay. And that's something that's probably through the WebSocket API. And that's another thing. The Insight uses Socket.io rather than WebSockets. So Socket.io has an abstraction that can run over WebSockets, but it's a protocol that's no longer supported and it's not documented. So it's an early version of Socket.io. And yeah. And then Maybe. Oh, this is the one that's super old. Okay, well, what's the one that's not super old? Because there was one. All right, what's up, Codex? So you've joined in. I'm. Is it one of these? This is what Ryan gave me to look at, and then reference some recent post of yours about doing multi-coin support. So, oh, the new code base is private. Okay, well, I imagine it's similar, so I'm just going to continue reading this right now. Um, the same idea. Oh, wow. Wow. You can have compatibility with hardware wallets in a browser? Is that a passkey type of thing? Or you're just saying like you just copy and paste the thing from the hardware key? Yeah, you got to keep up with the Joneses, man. Are you rewriting it with React Server Core components, Relay RPC? Because I hear that's the new hotness. Yeah, you got to have the RSC remix RPCs. Oh, okay. Same HD gen path, dude. You're rewriting your code base and you're not even using remix RSC RPC. Do you even dev, bro? How are you gonna rewrite it again in another 6 weeks when the new thing comes out if you haven't rewritten it with the old thing yet? Okay. All right. So is this right here? Is this the new one or the old one? Is this new code base or old code base? And Svelte this time. Oh, great. The old new hotness. Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, no one ever got fired for writing JavaScript. So this would be, is this supposed to be an XPub? Is that the idea? I don't have enough context to know what this is. I'm guessing that this is supposed to be an XPub. Does it work with test addresses? I didn't make my stuff work with test addresses, but it turns out that I need to. Well, I kind like that working with test addresses is not first class citizen type of stuff anyway. Okay. So also there's actually a talk that I wanted to listen to. I might put some headphones on and listen while I'm working and not talk as much depending. But tell me, what was it, Codex? What was it that you and Ryan were talking about? What was it that you were looking into? What was the conversation about Insight? Because what I'm going to be doing is working on an alternative to Insight. I've already got part of it here. I just got to go figure out where it is. If I go log in to the Proxmox, let's see. I look at summary, make sure health is good. All nodes are online. Everything's running. Everything's good. Let's take a look at Ceph. Everything's good. Okay. Oh no. All right. Okay. I have to run an update. Okay, but let me get back to. Oh my heavens, there are so many containers that I have for Dash Incubator. Which, Okay, this is the reason that I need to get this payment stuff finished, is so that Dash Incubator can pay for the servers. Because we moved from DigitalOcean, where it's a minimum of $5 per instance, to BNNA, which is a service that JoJo and I, along with a different Ryan, have not yet put together but are using ourselves. And yeah, I've got a whole bunch of Dash containers on here. And that's great. Okay, so we got T-1, except that I think that my Dash site, Dash checkout, Dash wallet, I think all of my Dash stuff, except for the T-1, I think that they all, the Hello Dash, they all run regular nodes. And they all need to be updated. So I'm going to go through, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to log into some of these old nodes and pray that I can update them. So dash d1.incubator.dev. Let's see if I can get in there. It looks like that didn't work. So it looks, I mean, it seems like it worked, but it's saying, oh, look, it's the same as all these other ones. Well, the reason it's the same as all those other ones is because I don't have the SSH config updated. So I just need to go dash d1. Oh, okay. All right. There we go. Now it should get me in. Okay. Currently, this uses Insight to check for incoming payments. I'm just calling it directly, but the wrapper you built, I'm looking into for this rewrite. That might be what he was referring to. Okay. Yes. So what? Yeah. Let me go over to that real quick. So Dash Site, which I believe has been fully updated to work in the browser. I think that's what JoJo is working on with his wallet. And this is very lightweight. It's, let's see, what do you have to use this? I don't think that you can just use Dash Site. Let me see. Yeah, okay. So you need to have, Dash Site, Dash Socket, and I would imagine that you might also need Dash Keys, but this doesn't show that, so maybe you don't, because this is, oh yeah, this is just working with strings. Okay, so here's the API. Get instant balance, get transaction, get transactions, get UTXOs, instant send. This is the API of Dash Site. And the WebSocket, I think, is just a very simple, just one, I think it just does one thing. If I can find Dash Socket. Okay. Dash socket.listen, I think, is all that has. And you give it the Insight URL, and you have a finder function that I think there was a way to specify. Maybe there's not a way to specify what to listen to. Maybe this just gives you all events. But the other one that I was working on, you can certainly specify what to listen to. I think that the way that the Insight WebSocket might work is just you listen to everything. Is that right? Or maybe I'd have to check the examples, because the example in the README might be out of date from the example in the examples. Do we have... No, we don't really have anything there. How about the WebSocket? Do we have an example for the WebSocket? And there was an issue with cookies, because the way that the AWS stuff works is the load balancer requires a cookie in order to know how to connect you to which service to connect you to, because Insight was not built to run on multiple servers. It does a bunch of stuff just in memory. But yeah, so this uses the undocumented Socket.io Engine 3. And so rather than having to have the entire socket.io library, this just kind of unwraps that protocol back to the simplicity of a WebSocket almost. Okay. Yeah, Insight uses socket.io and socket. Yeah, it's yeah. The point of this was to be as simple as possible, but not simpler. And so this does the subscribing and sets the cookies, which you get automatically in the browser. But it sets up the cookies so that it will work on an AWS system and get to the right node between requests, because it does like some handshake stuff, because again, Socket.io was kind of before, it was invented before WebSockets were in browsers. And so it's just got a lot of weird stuff. Like some of this, I'm not really sure what this is. Couldn't find documentation for it. And it's hard to find the code for it because it's old. But yeah, it's a raw use of that engine. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, and this should work with Webpack. And hopefully it works with whatever packer Svelte uses. If not, let us know. But as ugly as this is, oh right, so it should also work with the import. It doesn't. You don't have to do it with the require. There we go. So that if you just want to use it with regular browser, that's how you do it. But then it should also work with the import or require. Anyway. So, yeah, I think the most difficult thing in today's world is figuring out how to load JavaScript. Because in the old days, you just included the file or you did require. And that was it. And you could have a require that just looks for the global object that's 4 lines long. And nowadays, it's like there's so many caveats and things you got to go through and transpile, and it's a headache. But we've done our best to make it work with all the different transpilers. So if you look here at dash site, oh come on, man, emojis. Jojo's so hip. Why? He's gonna get burned. He's gonna put the pizza in his mouth before it's cool. Yeah, we had to do some wonkadoodle stuff. So this one is not updated for some of the packers because we had to do some really weird, stupid stuff to get the other modules working in, was it Nextify or whatever? Next.js on Netlify or Vercel, or I don't know. Anyway, if it doesn't work with your bundler, we have got it to work with so many bundlers. We can make the PR that will fix it. Such JavaScript, much developer experience. What's up, Postway? All right. Anyway, so I'm going to go back to the task at hand. I'm going to go ahead and ruin my Dash installation. I need to get this fixed in Webby. I don't know how this error is possibly coming back. But I've noticed this error pops up now and then, and it's because the cache is expiring. Like, this should never happen. I thought I was careful about this. The cache for the thing is expiring just a little too soon before it's been updated. And so it comes back with couldn't find the thing, and then you run it again and it found the thing. Anyway, so this is scary. I'm going to go ahead. Yeah, it's already installed. Great. And then system control restart -D. Most likely, so if we were to look at the journal control right now for -D, most likely we're going to see stale tip. Yeah, stale tip detected, blah, 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 blah. This thing probably hasn't updated literally in months since the last hard fork. So when we restart -D, there's a really good chance that it's going to tell us that the database is corrupted because this probably lasted through chain halt. And so there's a good chance that it's going to tell us that the database is corrupted and that there's nothing we can do and we just have to restart from scratch, which I'm hoping that's not the case, but I'm expecting that that's the case. I500, what's up? Why can't you see the stream? Because I'm an idiot and I stream in 1440p, which is partially supported on Twitch. And you're on Twitch. So if you refresh, you might see it. And if you switch from the browser to the app, you might see it. Or if you switch from the app to the browser, you might see it. I probably should stream at 1080p like a normal person rather than 1440p. But the thing is, the screen window that you can't see because of my choice is at 1080p, and then the rest of me makes up the difference. So, but yeah, maybe I'll change that. Let's see, output. I'll consider changing that. I've been running it that way for a year, and people come on and they say I can't see it. But then they do something like refresh or change the browser and they can see it. So I don't understand it. Hey, good news. So my full node, by some miracle that I just can't understand, but by some miracle, my full node is actually updating and it's at 93%. Let's see, what is it processing right now? Okay, cool. So, excellent. So let's move on to our next thing. So that's our full node. Oh, we also have to, there's another one we have to update as well. And this one, actually doesn't have an external IP address. Or, no, sorry, is that what I meant to say? This one, it's not connected to the outside world. This one is internal only. All right. So Webby-D. I need to get some work done on Webby. Okay. Need to figure out what's going on. I also need to move Webby over to another server. I think I'm going to put it on BNNA, which is kind of scary. That'll be the first real production system, because almost all of what I've got on BNNA is just development stuff, or, you know, there's a few things here and there that matter that, you know, I really don't want to go down. But, I mean, BNNA hasn't gone down. It's been fine. There's only been one issue that we had, and it was due to misconfiguration. Well, it was due to a hardware failure and a software misconfiguration. Everything has been reliable, but still, it's scary to move something from one system to another system. But I think it's time because I want to give Webby more resources and I don't want to pay $40 a month for it on DigitalOcean when there's so much value that we get out of BNNA. It's ridiculous. It's like, it's just, if you have the reason to get a redundant system set up, it's so good. It's so good. It's so nice just to be able to spin up stuff whenever I want and not have to worry about taking it down. I really do like it. And then, if I need more CPU or RAM or whatever, I can just, boom, I get it instantly. I don't have to even reboot. I love our system. Speaking of which, okay. All right. So this one, as scary as it is, I'm going to restart it. And so then this one is going to be updating. And then, not sudo, SSH. Let's see, I'm trying to remember all of what we've got here. Okay, we've got dash hello. We've got dappy1. I think dappy1 is dash d1, actually. So SSH dappy1. Or is it not? Okay. Interesting. Oh, this one also was never set up externally. Okay. All right, then we got dash hello. And dash checkout. And maybe dash wallet too? No, not dash wallet. Okay, let's see what's running here. Okay. All right. Really? What's going on here? Do we not have anything on here? All right. Why? What? Home app? That's it? I'm a little confused because our Hello Dash should have something on it. Is there anything mounted? Okay, no. Okay. All right. So Hello Dash is apparently empty. Hmm. Okay. So here's dash checkout. Who knows where the heck that is? Let's see. Just 1 second as I figure out something here. Okay. So xpub send is what I was working on there. All right. And then let me see where's the other one at. So this was the API. Ah, yes. Okay, cool. This is it. This is where I wanted to be, I think. So this is where I was interfacing with the RPCs and testing how many addresses I could send and request information on at a time. All right, this is the right place to be. So maybe if I can just look at my command history, or see what was still open in the window. No, no other windows open. Toot, toot, toot. All right. And dash UTXOs. Okay. All right. So this is, I was just testing the RPC calls to see how long they took. That's what I was doing. Uh, okay. So now we're getting in a better spot here. Let's see what's up on this system in terms of what services are we running. Are we running any services? It doesn't look like we're actually running any services. Let me see what this is running. Okay. Etsy, system D, system. Okay, dash D is running. I think that's the only one that's of particular interest here. Okay, dash D. That's the only one that's of particular interest here. And then we check out this one. We don't have any dash services running on this one. I don't think we have any dash services running on this one. Okay. Okay. Okay, we don't have any of the dash services on this one. And I don't think we have any of the dash services on this one either. Let's see. Oh, we've got Postgres on here. But I don't think that we have anything else. Okay, so everything else was just running ad hoc. All right, that's fine. Okay. All right. Getting back in the saddle. Let me see if there's anything else. So we got RPC test. Sweet. All right. All right. Things are getting better here. Oh, and by the way, I forgot the music. Whoa, too loud. Okay, so if this is still working, then what this is going to connect to would be this one over here. So if I look at IPA, okay, this one is 101. If I look at this one is 104. Okay, so dash D1 is 101, dash D2 is 104. And then my RPC test. Oh, this is back when I had all that stuff with the 0MQ and... Okay. I'm testing addresses. Testing the connection. I remember this vaguely. This is months ago. Oh, man. Alright. And there was the ZMQ6. Where was it? I may actually have to go back and rewatch the last video in this series to get a better understanding of where we're at here. Okay, so there's the Dash Merchant Services. Oh, man. There's so much stuff. Alright. I don't know what to make out of this. Let me just go through and see. There's a transaction. There's dash core node. Why do I have dash core node in here? Alright. Server... What else does this do? What does this all rely on? RPC client... So I think one thing I wanted to do is see if we... I don't know if we can do raw RPC. I think we have to use at least -evo -drpc. But this might be out of date too. Okay, parse TX. Okay, yeah. Oh, and this is a different version of -tx than what we had because Okay, let's do a git status in a few of these repos and see if there's any. Okay, there's no modified files. That's good. All right, so there's nothing in hello dash. Who knows what that's about then. Git status. Okay, we do have modified files here, so that's not good. That means we just have some stuff that we... Ah, yes, okay. Postgres. I was doing... Was it Big Serial? This should have been Big Serial, I think. No, it's Serial because it actually, N32 is actually correct for that. Okay. I kind of remember this. Oh, dang, this is old. It's a lot of changes, too. Okay. So if I look back here, all right, so this checkout only has one repo. Dash hello has no repos. API has a few repos, but it looks like 2 of them were just for testing out some stuff. Oh, let me see what my last commits were. Oh, cool. Undefined, txinfo, pubkey hashes. Alright. So let me look at what files I have here. Alright, so that just gets the masternode list, got it. I don't remember why I was doing that, but that's a good file to just have hanging around. And then my test, what was my test? ZMQ. And let me go look at my issues for these repos as well. Figure out where I'm at there. But my goal is to be able to list a bunch of addresses and find out what their balances are in the API service. Figure out where the API service is. That would be good. How to use -d RPC directly. Okay, good. Okay, that's good. Q3 roadmap. So we want ZMQ6. Ah, don't you hate it when this happens? Oh, good old Dash Day Pass. Wow. That was a different era. Okay, I don't think I had the new 0MQ or the new 0RPC. And the reason for that is we didn't want to have to rely on all of Dash Core. So that's where I was at. Okay, Dash Checkout. Dang. Oh. Yay! Dash Checkout demo. Where is this at? This is one of the containers I still need to find, because there's this whole system of stuff that I had working together. Let's see if I can find the container that this was running in. Okay, where did that go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Dash checkout, dash site, dash wallet, win Evo. I think the hello was supposed to be the demo. Or maybe dash checkout had both? I don't know where that was deployed. Okay. Yeah, I think this was supposed to be hello. 2 years ago, really? Okay. Alright, so I think this is where I need to pick up is this roadmap item. Swap in the new 0MQ and the new RPC. I think that's kind of where this is at. Let me get log here. Let me see if I can look at the last one. Okay, look at the last two. Last three. Four. Five. None of this looks... Alright, there's just so many things here. Let me see what happens if I try to run... PM run start. RPC is ready. Subscriber connecting. Okay. Whoops. Screen is terminating. There we go. All right. Let's see. Gen token. I remember gen token. I think I'm going to do something I don't usually do, and I normally rally against, but I think I'm just going to share all my private keys across these containers because reasons. Actually, let me go ahead and do this on a different screen. Okay. So now I need to hold on. Um, cool. All right. Get branch. What do we got here for branches? Just those two. That's good. All right, and then we're running a thing. So I'm hoping that under this, no, that's gen token. I need some way to test this. What do we actually have here? Whoops, why does it keep on selecting that? There we go. Okay, server. What does this serve? Does it even serve anything? I don't think we actually got to the point. of having much of an API. Okay. We post UTXOs. All right. You can do a get or a post. You can register a webhook. What do we have in the README for this thing? Okay, there's the... Right. Whoa. Token map. Events. Alright, this uses 0MQ. Are we on the 0MQ? Okay. Hopefully it's still at beta 17. That's my hope. Oh, beta 19. I think that the RPC will need to be updated. Okay. Okay, what's going on? Dash keys, dash tx, .env. I don't know why that one gets updated so much. That scares me. This is not, like, env parsing is not earth-shattering stuff, people. It is nothing world-changing. Should not need to be updated on a regular basis. There's literally a specification from the 90s for it. I guess the latest update is 2007 or something. Okay. Okay, something's seriously wrong. With Webby. I need to check this out sooner than later. Uh. Let's see. gotta figure out why that problem's happening later. Okay, so we're gonna update node, which updates npm, which then I guess I wish that there was an update command that did I guess what I expect that the update command should do. Alright, this is probably going to, or possibly going to update the package lock. Oh, that's me. All right, so I think we don't need dash core anymore, right? All right, so we have finished that migration. So I should be able to test this just with curl, I would expect. So do we have any tests for this in bin, maybe? All right, this was... All right, I need to see how the server is set up. Yeah, I think the main two things is we want to be able to do an instant send. And we want to be able to get a bunch of UTXOs for addresses. And we probably want to be able to get those. Well, I guess this kind of makes sense that this is the direct format. We just use what core uses. Query addresses. Body addresses. Okay. Oh, npm install tools. Might need to reinstall Vim Essentials. Okay, that's still going. Still going, huh? Dang. Okay, there we go. So... Interesting that I don't have something to test that readily right here. Whoops. Letting capital letters in by mistake. Oh, which port were we working on here? 3080. And 91. Really? Was it that fast? I don't know if I believe it. Hmm. Oops. Oh, whoops. Ah. That just seemed too fast. Hmm. Okay, let's pick some addresses that have some UTXOs, though. Let me just go to insight.dash.org and just pick something that's got some UTXOs. Let's put that into this 1K adders. Oh wow. Okay. All right, let's pick the other one here. Just make sure. That's really fast now. I remember this taking a lot longer. Okay, so that one may have already been spent. Yeah, it's spent. Okay. Look at recent transactions. Unspent. Okay. Oh wow. Excellent. Okay, cool. So then let's try that with our other. Interesting. That's taking a long time. And that gave us no results. So something did not go right there. Address's length is 1,000. Oh, okay. That may be because I added this one and this one. There, but I did not add them here. Oh, good. All right, that was fast. Cool. Let's see what happens if I just restart the server, though. So that whatever it has in cache is absolutely gone. I don't remember which server I'm connecting to, so... Okay, loading block index. It's gonna take a minute. Verifying blocks. That's gonna take a minute. Okay, that was fast. So I think that the indexing on -D itself may have been vastly improved. It could be, and another thing that it could be is the underlying cache, disk cache of the host operating system. Because it does have, let's see, RAM that's not being used right now on the physical host it's got about 220 gigs free. So it could just be that the amount of data was so small relative to the amount of RAM. You know, let's say that it's 40 gigs, which I think is about what it is. The amount of data is so small that so there's different types of RAM usage. One of them is just cache, which is basically the RAM's not really being used, but it's just keeping stuff around that just happened recently. So we could be looking at that. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. We do need to get some sort of authentication around that. Some sort of rate limiting. Let's bump this up and see what happens if we do the full 10,000. That's really UTXO's post, not UTS get, whatever. Alright, so we should get the same output unless that money's been spent in the last few moments. Which I don't think is as likely. Curl, argument list too long. Okay. Okay. Two can play that game. I think it goes like this. Interesting. Timeout error. Oh, okay. So that time it came back. Good. Alright, so I think there is some linear scale to this. We probably want to limit it to some number. Let's see, what was the actual file size on that? 300. Yeah. I think we probably want to limit it to about 2,000 at a time, just from a practical perspective of let's see how much is the 1K? I'm guessing that's 37K. So yeah. Yeah, I want to limit it to probably 50 kilobytes. And the reason for this is that the JSON parse and JSON stringify are not efficient, and there's a point at which the time that they take starts to explode. And so, and I don't know what that time is. But I mean, you can think about how inefficient this is right here, right? So we call RPC get address UTXOs. That gives us so that gets stuff over the wire. It parses it, turns it into an object. We take that object, and then we stringify it, right? And then that takes a long time. So we want to keep the size down because it's okay. So how long did that one took? 500 milliseconds, I think is what we were saying. All right, so let's just go with this again for a second. Okay, executed in 661 milliseconds. And that's all just processing time. All right. So let's take a look at it again. But we'll do the smaller list. So it's 1/10 the size. And there's a little bit of overhead and stuff. So that's pretty linear at that point. Okay, so that's not so bad. Let's try that again. So there's some overhead time that even if we did 0, you know, or let's not go all the way to 0, but let's just go to 1. Oh. Let's figure out what our overhead cost is here. So our overhead cost is about 35 to 40 milliseconds. Oh, it gets better as we do it more. Okay, so well, we're not going to be doing the same list over and over again. So that's our overhead cost. Whoops. So that's about 60 milliseconds. If we 60 to 70 milliseconds if we took the overhead cost. And then this is near 700. So it's almost scaling linearly in this case. Anyway, that's just wanted so anything in that range of 100K should be fine. We're not going to get too much in terms of the diminishing returns. Now, I am curious as to where that timeout error came from. Timeout error, undefined MS exceeded. Obviously, we're not going to find that. Okay, dash D RPC. So this, I believe this actually should have been self. I wonder where the default timeout is. Because I do want to make sure that I set that. Timeout. Generate RPC methods. Is there going to be a request in here? I wonder where is timeout defined in this? This.protocol.request. What this is this? Self is equal to this. Inner RPC is called with self of this. RPC is called with okay, RPC is called with this. This, which comes from create RPC method. Where's the request at? RPC call. Because the HTTP timeout is not 5 seconds. But I also don't see where request... I don't know where protocol was assigned. Ah, it's not protocol, it's module. Ah, that's annoying. Okay. Alright, is self in here? Huh. The server has a 5-second keep alive timeout by default. Interesting. Wow, that's not what I would expect. Okay, keep alive timeout. Well, that seems about right. I think it was about 5 seconds. I don't think it was 30. Okay. And this is a recent change, so that makes sense. Oh. Oh no, that's not the timeout. That's the telling it to not close the connection. That's strange that that's that recent of a change. That seems like that should have been done a long time ago. I wonder if there's some other reason that it wasn't performant. Hmm. Okay. I don't see any more about the default value. I think it must have been that 5 second. But I want to go through here and make sure. Okay, I think we've leave back around now. Oh, okay. It seems like they should just mark the sockets with how stale they are, and then when you go to reuse a socket, if it's coming up on the 5 seconds within, say 500 milliseconds or whatever, then don't use it. Keep alive timeout. Okay. All right, so what I want to do from looking this information up is just make sure that we do have a timeout set. I'm going to need a break and get some lunch here in a minute. But I'll be back. Okay, RPC config. I just want to make sure that RPC client is what we think. Okay, timeout. Okay. Okay, I'm going to cause this same issue again, hopefully. Hopefully there's been enough time of inactivity that we can reproduce this problem. There wasn't. Okay, let me restart -D in both of these. Let's see if we get lucky. Oh. Dang it. Okay, well, unfortunately, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to reproduce that error on command. So we're just going to have to let that one go. Yeah. All right. And we do need to keep track of the number of requests. We can do that by IP address or by token or by both. But we can kick that kind of a little further down the road. The important thing is that we have the UTXOs, and then I'm trying to think what were all the important pieces of information. Let's take a look at dash site again, because we basically want to be able to... Dash site should work. The little bit that dash site does, it does very purposefully. Alright, so we want to be able to get the instant balance. So by virtue of UTXOs, I believe that we have that. I think that there was an issue here, though. Alright, get TXs. Alright, so here's something else I want to try. So let's see if we can... Let's do an unconfirmed... let's get to the point of being able to view an unconfirmed transaction. Alright, so that's the first confirmation. So we want to be able to get... Yeah, an unconfirmed transaction. How can I... Just, okay. And we want to make sure that okay, let's go even earlier. Okay, good. So we got a nice unconfirmed transaction. I'm gonna go put in this address. Okay. So therein lies the problem. Either this already lost its money, which is totally possible, or our UTXOs are missing. Yeah, it doesn't give us the instant balance. Okay, now that's been confirmed. Is that what just happened? Yep, now it's been confirmed. Okay, got it. So if we go back to the top of the stack here, grab this one. Paste it in. And we run this again. Okay. Alright, that's where our problem is. The RPCs themselves don't index unconfirmed transactions, it looks like. So we need to have the RPC to look up a transaction. I think like 2 years ago or something, I stumbled across this and I was working towards a solution, but I think all that code just kind of got left by the wayside, which is for the best. But what we need then is a way to get transactions. And then our UTXOs, we might want to base on... That's a PETA. Yeah, we're gonna need the RPC to get transactions. This is what we're gonna need. dash core RPC list. Get address balance? Okay. Oops. All right. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I think what we ought to try for then oh man. Okay. So this kind of sucks. All right, let's put in a fresh one that hasn't had any time to confirm. Okay. Balance is 0. Is it still the case, or did this already get respent? Nope. Okay, so get balance is wrong. So we need to get transactions. Dang it. So this is where we need some sort of TX pool thing. Get address mempool. Okay, let's see what this looks like. And we will go back, take a look at some super recent transaction that's unconfirmed. It looks like they're just about to confirm any second now. So we'll see if we happen to get it in before it confirms. Okay, timestamp. Okay. So that one's in the mempool unconfirmed. So I think what we do is we take UTXOs plus mempool gives us the instant balance. But I think the problem with mempool is that not every node is going to have everything in the mempool. Isn't that kind of how that goes? I'm not sure. What's up now? I am working on... So Instant Send has a few issues due to... Not Instant Send, sorry. Insight. Dash Insight has some issues with basically your ability to get large... To be able to do bulk operations. And so I am using the RPCs directly in Dash Core to be able to do some bulk operations and provide an API that can deal with bulk operations. Okay, and then if I'm not mistaken, let's see, wasn't there, I think I was listening on some sort of event. Maybe it was ZMQ events. Create TX listener. All right, so which one was this? Raw TX. Uh, okay, monitor type. I want to avoid the TXIDs because that's just going to have so much more information. Really, all I care about is... Well, let's see. Get address deltas. Well, hopefully that only goes in one direction. Well, that's not... That's a hopefully. That's not it. We have to build for the real case. Okay, I think I'm gonna break for something to eat very shortly. Okay. Turns information about the node's current transaction memory pool. So I should try the TXIDs. We've confirmed that mempool works. I guess I should just... Guess I should run all of these. So where is the instant send? I think we've just been doing send roll transaction. Does this have something about instant send lock? Okay, so we probably need get TX chain locks because we're going to need to get information raw chain lock. Hash block. Get address deltas, get address TX IDs. TXOs. All right, let's go back here, do the same thing again. Okay, last block was 9 minutes ago. Well, that's quite unusual. So this is going to get confirmed any moment. All right, so what did we get here? Oh, whoops. We got the result of me not doing the same thing. What is going on? How have we not had a confirmation in 12 minutes? Did the network go down? Oh, let me go back. I mean, I guess it just happens every once in a while. Okay. So, UTXOs, balances, mempool, TXIDs, deltas. So the only information that we have is the mempool information in this particular case. So my suspicion is that we will need to check UTXOs and mempool. I think that they're in the same format. Oh, interesting. So I guess by pure happenstance, these blocks were mined back to back to back. And so it's going, or maybe not happenstance, I don't know. But so it's adjusting the difficulty to account for the fact that these happen back to back to back instead of 2.5 minutes apart. So it's adjusting the difficulty significantly to account for that. I think that's what we're seeing. But let's go back and look at something here. This has got confirmations on it. Holy moly. It's a lot of deltas. Okay, I don't really like that address. I'm going to try again. Okay, so UTXOs, there's a bunch. Balance, there's a bunch. Mempool, there's nothing. Output index. Ugh, so stupid. So mempool has a different index. And then deltas. Okay. So mempool looks more like a delta, and delta calls it index rather than output index. Okay, so let's go back and then pick another one. Really? 17 minutes ago. That is a heck of a long time to wait for. To wait for a thing. Okay, so there's the mempool result. So I'm just gonna. All right. So I'm going to give that a few minutes, let it have a confirmation. And then if the confirmations ever come, okay, finally. So deltas plus mempool should give us balance, right? Is that what we're saying here? Okay, I think that's what we need. So before, yeah, all right, so mempool seems like the way. Because, yeah, other than the mempool, and then, but we don't, in the mempool, how do we know that there's an IS lock? I guess that's where we have to put in the transaction ID and ask that question. So for whatever's in the mempool, that's what we would need to do. Definitely want this logic in the server side, not something that the client has to compute every time. I just want to see, how did we do this? Because I'm pretty sure get instant balance. Get instant balance. Get UTXOs. But then reduce. That's so weird. Is it that these aren't instant send? Because this one, I'm just getting the UTXOs, and you'd think that if that were the case... You're coding a server for Spark 2 right now. Also, going to move most of the things server side for the rewrite. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just move the server side things server side for the rewrite. There's no need to move the client side things server side. Unless you're just pulling a remix. I'm hoping that you're just like joking with me because of our intro from earlier when I said, are you going to RSC, remix, blah, 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 all the things. Yeah, I see some stupid stuff. Oh, just such dumb stuff with this new server side components, server side blah blah blah. Like, it just, people do the dumbest things. People People will always abuse the system. You cannot design a system that's so good that people can't abuse it. Okay, everything is client side, so you just put it in the appropriate place. All right, sounds good. So I am confused about this. Can I see here whether or not something is an instant send? Is there instant send information about it? So it says unconfirmed. So was it verify? I don't know what that is. Okay, I don't think any of this. Oh, something just happened with that address. I don't know which one it was. Well. I'm just confused on this. Maybe if I get a transaction, I'll see a signature or something on it. Okay, because from this one, the confirmed, I don't see any information that looks like something I could verify. So maybe... I guess I just have to get the TX information on anything that's in the mempool, and then I have to do something else to confirm. Dash RPCs. Verify class. I definitely don't want that one. I don't want that one. Okay, I think this is what I need. Let me check this again. Okay. Let's take a look at this one. All right, let's go up here. Oh, that got confirmed. All right, let's get an unconfirmed transaction. There we go. What? Okay, I think something went wackadoodle with the algorithm. I could be mistaken about this, but like 32 minutes, 15 minutes, and then bam bam. It seems like the difficulty is swinging. I don't know if this is normal. But to go from 15 minutes to 15 minutes to then, well, I guess maybe that's just normal. Maybe it's just because the difficulty sways back and forth to try to get that average, and it's just overcorrecting and overcorrecting because of the way it's working out. Alright. RPC get TX chain locks is not a function. Prove it! Oh, capital L? Wait, no, that's a lowercase l. Why? Why is it lowercase l? It obviously should be a capital L if all the other ones are capital L's. I think that there might be a typo in the documentation there. Or there might be a typo in the code. I don't know which one's canonical. Oh! This might be new enough. Well, we'll try doing it all lowercase, because sometimes, look, people should just, like, make a decision and stick with it, my friend. But get TX chain locks. All right. Let's go back. Try to get a new address. Oh, oops. Okay. Oh. Could be that the RPC is just missing from the code. It might be newer. Yeah, it's not on there. Let's monkey patch it in. And then we might be able to do a real patch in as well. IDs. Hmm. Is that it? Okay. Oops. All right. I'm a little worried. Hmm. I'm very confused. Hmm. Just very confused. Okay, so that came from somewhere else. Okay, so if I go back and I look at addresses, type object, type array. Huh. But nothing else says array, right? This says object. This says array. This says string. This says string. Okay, get address mempool says type is array. Okay. Ah. Wait. Huh. I need an unconfirmed transaction, people. All right, JSON value is not an array as expected. Okay. I'm going to do a little search over here. Okay, so let's just do a little bit of a check here. Mem TX IDs definitely an array. Let's make sure that entry is what we think it is, and that memtx IDs is what we think it is, because the error message could be a red herring. But it seems that the error message comes from -core. Also worth noting that I think internally it's called array, not bool, or not obj. I don't know if these mean anything at all. Let me see if I can find... Okay, generate RPC methods. Method name, argmap. API calls, spec, split, types. So what is this saying? We're going to take the key. Get the spec by splitting it. Or where did types come from then? Oh, so this is not types. This is a type parser. Okay, so that's just as well. Okay. Put that over here. Okay, so maybe we need to change this up. So we can test it more easily. Value is not an array as expected. That looks like an array to me. All right, let me see if I can dig a little further. Okay, enum v-type. I guess I can bring this over. Oh no, it logged me out of chat and I gotta click pictures of motorcycles. 1. 2, that one was in every single square. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 10 pictures of buses and motorcycles and bicycles. But finally, verified my humanity. Chat is back. Okay, I need an assist here. Something's going on weird. TXIDs is an array. Okay, let's... I mean, just one more sanity check, maybe? I don't know. Okay. His array. I'm not doing anything weird here, right? Get TX chain locks, TXIDs. Is it the TXIDs or is it TXID? Am I making a simple mistake here? TXIDs. Parameter. TXIDs is an array that contains string. Maybe Maybe the difference between the two. This addresses is an object. Maybe we don't put TXIDs in an object. Maybe they just go straight into an array. Okay, TX entry, mem TXIDs. And let's just double check our versions of -D here. 20.1. Okay, so we've got the most up-to-date version. I mean, this seems more like a marker than anything else. Hmm. Get random ID, API call, RPC method. I'm really confused. Path port agent. So is path the Interesting thing here, request path. Reject unauthorized. Oh! Hey, check it out. This could be part of our problem. So we see undefined, undefined. TX mem IDs. So it could be TX entry. Oh, TX entry is just the string. Okay. All right. All right, that gives us somewhere to go. Deep down. Heyo! All right. So it looks like that was the distinction, is that the parameter name was not an object key. Okay, but what did we get as a result out of it? Chain locks? Chain lock true, chain lock true. Sweet. All right, so that is what we needed. All right, so I'm gonna whip this. Okay, chain lock TX. Oh. What was that called again? Okay. And then let's go do, I guess we go do a PR. Okay. Uh, so these are in BOGO order. Oh, right. All right. What's up, XK? Been an interesting show. You've been watching this whole time? I would be bored out of my mind if I were watching this. So all I can do is stay awake while doing it. Okay, well, not quite, but it's like digging through, trying to figure out. Well, I'm about to tune out. I've been holding my pee for about 2 hours now. And getting very hungry. So I think I'll be back on later. Okay. I probably should add documentation for this as well. Let me see. Is this... I don't know if this is documented or not. Yeah. Okay. Doesn't really have... the documentation's fairly sparse. So, that's probably fine. What? Really? Interesting. That maybe should just be made... Hold on. Can we monkey patch this? It seems like if this is only getting updated once every few years, it should be monkey patchable. So let's see. RPC clients. Okay. Alright, so we can... I'm going to mention this. Okay. Alright. This can be monkey patched. Let's see. All right. But this one, I don't think this can be monkey patched. Alright, so let's use the object rather than the array because the types can't be monkey patched. And the difference between the two is semantic. Is only semantic here. I think somebody else had a copy, maybe Shumkov or Shimnik. One of those two, I think, had a copy of -D RPC for themselves. Let me just double check. RPC client, module.exports RPC client. Yes. RPC client.call spec. Okay. That's too bad. This could use a little love. Okay. Okay. So let's bring this around and we'll also lexicographically sort it. Do a little bubble sort here. There we go. Okay. So now this is lexicographically sorted. Great. And then we also need... This should not be called types. Type converters, type normalizers. I don't know why it's called spec. And that's not a map. It'd be... What? It's not a... What? Okay, so I'm guessing this has gone through some iterations and things got moved around and the names just stayed the same. Because that's... Obviously, that's not a... It's a map of functions. It's not... Well, it's not a map. It's a list. It's a list of functions. It's not a map. Whatever. Okay. Uh, maybe do this without that one. I think that's what I'll do here. No, I'll leave it. I'll leave it. This will... Okay, since this library is slow moving, this will... okay. This does two things. Lexicographically sorts the type normalizing functions. Lexicographically sorts the type normalizing, if I could type, raises those functions to the level of the export. Putting these at the export level will make it easier to patch when PRs are in review. Okay. Okay, and with that, my friends, I am out. All right. So, review. We have added a missing RPC to dash DRPC, which wasn't as complicated as it seems it would be. Just there was confusion over essentially the type being array versus the type being object, and this object being an array. So description, an array, see? So it's actually, so this is a named parameter, it's a key, anyway, versus this one, which also an array, right? So type array, also array. So that was confusing. And this is one of the only RPC, it's the only RPC in there that behaves this way. So we've got that, but so now I think we have the ability to accurately and concretely say what the balance of an address is, and we'll be able to get those in bulk. So right now, because I was not clear on which was doing what. Let me go back here. Uh, where? No, no, no. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. Get out of there. Okay. So because I was not clear on the behavior of these, get address balance, get address UTXOs, get address mempool, blah blah blah. I was just I right now it's returning all of them. So the next step will be to consolidate that back, and we will get the address mempool, but only for the things that are chain locked, meaning instant send. So if it doesn't have an instant send, you tried 2x, but it won't go. Okay, I can speak a little faster if you'd like. If that helps you out. Thanks. Oh, hey, Ryan, you came in. These streams are only boring if you watch 1x like a boomer. 3x while doing other stuff is much more interesting. Right. Okay. Anyway, so summary. Now I know I'm still not sure that the address mempool guarantees to have everything, because there was some talk earlier about the ZMQ, and I think this is good enough. I think trying to listen for ZMQ events would just overcomplicate it. If the node that you're attached to didn't get something in the mempool, somebody explain that better to me. Why something wouldn't be in the mempool on all nodes? But I remember a year or two ago, last time I was working on this conversation coming up, and some of these I don't know if that get chainlock TX even existed back then. I don't know if that exists or not. And there was, because, and I think this was the reason, was the question was listening to the events on ZMQ rather than doing the query, because the mempool wasn't guaranteed to have it. So I'm just going to put a note here to do use ZMQ if mempool isn't guaranteed to have all TXs. So I still don't know if that's true or not, but what I do know is that as far as my testing goes, if it's not showing up in the UTXOs, it is showing up in the mempool. And if we verify the mempool, then we can get the confirmed balance, guaranteed balance without including anything that hasn't been guaranteed. So as long as it's got the chain lock on it, we know that's what the balance is, so we can feel free to give that balance back. So that's what I'm going with right now. If that turns out to not be good enough, then, so I think that there is a case where the chain lock gets full. I don't remember how many things can be in a chain lock, but if we look at a few minutes ago, por ejemplo, let's see if we can go back here. So, a few minutes ago, there was some bunch of blocks that, okay, right here, for example. So this one goes 14 minutes. And I think this one as well. Yeah. So about this time was where confirmations were really slow. So if there's I don't know how many transactions it can hold. I don't remember what that number is. It's probably in a few hundred to a few thousand. But if the number of transactions that are if the number of transactions that are pending exceed the number that can be chain locked, then it's possible that we would have an unconfirmed balance. And I don't know what we do in that case, but I'm not going to worry about it yet because it doesn't happen yet. But just throwing that out there is a potential future problem. Also, note, is it possible for chain locks to run out? And I think during chain halt, what we found is that the answer to this was no. because everybody got their money except for the miners, if I remember correctly. So the service nodes, the Evo nodes, were holding all the transactions in chain lock for an entire, was it 12 hours, 24 hours, 36 hours, something like that, until it all got resolved. So if that's the case, then we should say that chain lock is good enough, because even if half the network goes down and it takes a day for things to get restarted, if it was chain locked, then it goes through. Anyway, that's the summary here then. Okay. Takes some time to propagate TXs. It is possible that a node did not see a TX. It's not a huge deal. Chain locks can be delayed for up to 6 blocks. It is very rare though. Okay. So the chain lock pool is pretty large. Okay. So I'm just putting those notes there. But I think from this, we can create our get address info function, and we can give it the same shape as we could make a backwards compatible insight function, which I'll worry about that later, because what we'll do is we'll call this function and then we'll iterate over it, and then we'll just put it into the wonky doodle shape of insight. But the shape that it comes out is the shape of core, and I don't know why you would want it not in the shape of core, other than that you're consuming it as in the shape of insight, and so you want it in the shape of insight. But yeah, so we'll do that sometime. But yeah, the next piece on this is just to consolidate that data so that it has the core shape that we expect uniformly, and it's not, index versus output index or whatever, like is actually the difference between these RPCs as it is. And then we'll continue on with the others, and I imagine that we now have the right information, because the RPCs that we need to implement for this, if I go back over here, no, it wasn't this one. Was it this one? No, this one, no, this one, somewhere. Yeah. The RPCs that we need to implement are the ones that give us the information that we have here in dash site. If I could get this to load. There we go. I don't know why it's being slow. The ones that we have in dash site, which are get instant balance. Good. We can do that. Get transaction. That's not going to be hard. Get TXs. That's not going to be hard. Get UTXOs, which that one is going to be the same as get instant balance, and then instant send, which do we have to do something to make something instant send? Because it seems like when I have been sending transactions, yeah, I don't know what the RPC is for instant send. I don't actually see. If we go back here and we look at this, there is no, so let's go to quick reference. There is no instant send. Yeah, okay. IX is automatic. Well, in the Insight API, it differentiates between the two. You can do a send or you can do an instant send via Insight. So I'm guessing whatever reason that existed, it doesn't exist anymore. But I don't know. But all right, good to know. So with that, then I am really out. Thanks for tuning in. Catch you later. Adios.